Hey guys, welcome in. I'm pretty much ready to go. I'm waiting for Will to arrive with his extended Darkest Dungeon Sunday. I'm going to leave his stream so I don't rate myself. I find it very weird to do so. Hey there, Eva, welcome in. Of course, you're multitasking. Oh, we're just about to drop in here. Hope we don't have any glitches. We usually don't stream at 1080. I couldn't really get the game to fit into 720, which is what I usually do. So I made a new profile and I made some minor changes to some of the overlays to make them work well in 1080. I don't really stream a lot of modern games. The stuff I stream is usually pretty low resolution and it fits well with the 720. Means I can have a 1-to-1 ratio with whatever I'm streaming, and then have the chat and the information about the game fit into the rest of the space. Let's see. Yeah. Hey there, guys. Welcome in. I see the raid, but I don't see the alerts. See if I welcome in. See that the alert didn't actually pop up. Might just be a little bit late. As I was saying, I don't generally stream in 1080p. This is our first run in a different resolution. Hope we are mostly safe. Yeah, the alerts are on in any case. Thanks for the raid. Anyway, Heather Brumhatter, just G, welcome in. Don't think I've seen you in here before. The bargain bin as well. Yeah, it's a surprise raid. No one expected the raid. Just we'll jump into the game cam. At least we have lots of space for the chat now. It's the chat window is very big. It's huge. Let's fire up the game. Was it to the intro?
Ruin has come to our family. You remember our venerable house? Opulent and imperial, gazing proudly from its stoic perch above the moor. I lived all my years in that ancient, rumor-shadowed manor, fattened by decadence and luxury. And yet I began to tire of conventional extravagance. Singular, unsettling tales suggested the mansion itself was a gateway to some fabulous and unnameable power. With relic and ritual, I bent every effort towards the excavation and recovery of those long-buried secrets.
It is a modern game, yes. 48k RAM, welcome in.
Swarthy workmen and sturdy shovels. At last, in the salt-soaked crags beneath the lowest foundations, we unearthed that damnable portal antediluvian evil. Our every step unsettled the ancient earth. But we were in a realm of death and madness. In the end, I alone fled laughing and wailing through those blackened arcades of antiquity. Until consciousness failed me. You remember our venerable house, opulent and imperial. It is a festering abomination. I beg you, return home, claim your birthright, and deliver our family from the ravenous, clutching shadows of the darkest dungeon.
Hey there, Jellyby Good. No, this is not a regular thing. This is a Subscriber Sunday requested game. Redeemed by channel points. And I have been playing this game a bit and practicing, so I don't make a complete ass out of myself, but it's a tough little cookie of a game. It's a lot of fun. I've spent almost every 3 hour I've had this week, which admittedly isn't a lot of hours. Just playing around and dying quite a bit. Yeah, it's permadeath, and it's lovely in the sense that you just have to figure out what works and what doesn't work, and different types of combinations, and you just start from scratch again and again. It sort of reminds me of an old dungeon crawler in the sense that you have to play it multiple times to get good at it. I don't know how many times I started Might and Magic 2, but it definitely was not one time. We're going to make a new estate here. We're going to start from scratch. I'm going to leave my other save, which is a little bit further on. And, I'm going to turn off everything except the Musketeer, the Flagellant, the Shieldbreaker, and the District. I'm going to turn off the Color of Madness, the Crimson Court, and the Butcher Circus DLCs, which I got for pretty cheap when I bought the game. I'm not quite ready, and we're gonna play on the darkest difficulty level that's mighty hard enough. We'll name this the Volvo 760. And, that means that the estate will be called the Volvo 760 Estate, which is a great station wagon.
You will arrive along the old road. It winds with a troubling serpent-like suggestion through the corrupted countryside, leading only, I fear, to ever more tenebrous places. There is a sickness in the ancient pitted cobbles of the old road, and on its writhing path you will face viciousness, violence, and perhaps other damnably transcendent terrors. So steel yourself, and remember there can be no bravery without madness. The old road will take you to hell, but in that gaping abyss, we will find our redemption.
Are the alerts just not popping up, Eva? Are there no alerts active here somehow? I don't know why that would be, actually. They're supposed to be the center of the screen. Let's do a little bit of a test here.
I'm getting laughs.
Yeah.
Maybe I should host the show.
The alerts do work.
Right.
The alerts do work, but the shoutout command is not showing up. Hang on. Try it again. Pick Will Torres, for example. Yeah.
They're just like following me wherever I go.
Okay, it works now. So the alerts work and the shoutout camera works. I played quite a bit with the overlays. I couldn't really make the game fit into my usual 720p resolution. So the game, no matter how much I reduced the resolution, it just looked bad. So I decided to make the game pretty much 1600 by 900 and broadcast at 1080p 60. So used a slightly lower quality picture, but at a higher resolution. It should look okay on stream. Now, one way that this game is difficult is that there's quite a bit of randomness, and I've actually managed to die during this short walk over to the hamlet. I've lost a character on this way, and it somewhat goes to show the randomness.
Brigands have run up these lanes. Keep to the side path. The hamlet is just ahead.
I'll try to get there without dying.
An ambush. Send these vermin a message. The rightful owner has returned, and their kind is no longer welcome.
Let's make him bleed a little bit. Now we seem to always get these two different characters here, Renault, and it seems to be pretty much a given, and this character called Dismas.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
That went pretty well. We took 0 damage. Now, there are various trinkets like this all over the place if you haven't seen this game before, and you run into different types of this all over, and this is one of them. That's the tent. And,
Leave nothing unchecked. There is
for
much to be
for this
found in
first one, it seems to be
forgotten
largely that you always get a positive result.
places. Dispatch this thug in brutal fashion, that all may hear of your arrival.
We're gonna get shot, but we'll deal with that. See if we can stun him again. Yeah, it's the narrator is very amusing. It's a big part of the game, actually. We no blood left for the leeches, I'll say. Stun resistance is at 50. Very unlikely that we managed to stun him. Maybe we kill him instead.
Perhaps the turning point.
All we need to do is get out of this mess without dying. We need to be able to get to this guy as well. Easier said than done in this case. Doubt we kill the corpse. He's in the way right now.
press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
We got a trinket of some sort. And, escape to the hamlet. Yeah, if you're dead, you're permanently stunned. Okay, we got a positive quirk here, early riser.
Welcome home, such as it is. Squalid hamlet, these corrupted lands. They are yours now, and you are bound to them.
Rename this one Lancing a lot, and this one can be Robbing the Hood. I don't like the default names at all. There's very little for us to do
In
at
time, you will know the tragic
the start of the game here. We really have nothing that we can really buy. We can't afford anything. No one is dead. Everything else is basically disabled.
Most will end up here, covered in the poisoned earth, awaiting merciful oblivion.
Nothing in the...
Women and men.
Now we always get these same two as well. We get the Plague Doctor and we get the Vestal.
All will find their way to us now that the road is clear.
And I find it best to try to upgrade this immediately so we at least get 3 heroes after we return from the first dungeon. Sometimes you get lucky and you get enough of the deeds to be able to do 2 upgrades, so you get 4, but usually you actually don't. You need to collect the deeds and the crests and the portraits and the busts to be able to upgrade the various different buildings in town. So you need successful runs and successful treasure runs to be able to upgrade the buildings and upgrade your characters, their skills. So, as the game is pointing out now, there isn't much more you can do in town right now. Time to embark on a quest.
A mecca of madness and morbidity.
And
work begins.
Everything really starts in the ruins. That's the first missions that you get in the game, and that's mostly where I've been focusing after starting to play this game, since the others are quite a bit more difficult for a first player of this game. What you need to do here for the 8K RAM is that you need to make multiple runs at all of these dungeons while managing to either stay alive or recruit new characters. That you need to defeat all of the bosses. You get there are 3 bosses in each of these, and if you manage to complete all the runs required and complete all the bosses, you can go into the darkest dungeon and complete the game. So it's a game of survival, really. And there are obviously multiple things that can go very wrong for you. There's the usual level of hit points that is associated with this kind of game, but also a new element that is not commonly found, which is the stress element. And that's really what's been killing me, at least. Not being able to deal with the stress and figuring out which monsters cause the stress and how to effectively manage it. And a lot of this game is building the right party for the dungeon that you're about to depart in, and picking the right types of characters and the right combination of characters in the right places. There are 4 places. There are 2 frontal and 2 at the back. And you need the correct combination of the characters. You need the correct combination of the trinkets, which are enhancements to the character's abilities. And you need the correct combination of combat and resting skills to be able to finish the dungeon. In the shorter dungeons, you don't get to camp, but in the medium and long ones, you do get to camp. So you can lie down and rest and try to restore the stress and health of the party. And you can control, to some degree, all of these skills. And at later points in the game, you can also upgrade them and buy new ones. So I would say this game is a lot of strategy, and planning your runs is very important. You can obviously fail. You can go into a dungeon and you can basically retract from the dungeon at any time, but you will lose whatever money you put in, and obviously you won't get any of the prizes. So that means you will eventually just run out of money and need to start again. I've already started again like 10 times since I started playing. It's just part of the game. It's like the long dark. In survival mode, there is only one outcome, which is death. And you just need to get used to the fact that your characters are not going to live forever and not get very attached to them. You do get a little bit hurt when you've spent a lot of time trying to train them up and build their various skills, and then they just end up dying. And that's, I suppose, the way of the world. That's the Plague Doctor.
Still have my original one from when I was like 12 or 13, but I don't have an Xbox or a PlayStation.
Thanks for shouting out Broomhatter. If you like the Pokemon series, you should go through them and follow. Thanks for shouting out Eva. We'll rename the Plague Doctor, which is a female, to Doctor Who. Doctor Who can be both male and female. Just running over these characters that we get at the start, which also basically seem to be the same every time. Doesn't seem to be a roll of the dice at the start. You basically get the same 4 characters every time. You have these quirks, which are either enhance your or detract from your abilities, and depending on whether they're positive or negative. In this case, you have a positive quirk, which is Ruins Adventurer, which gives you 20% less stress when you're in the Ruins dungeons, which is great for us right now. And Healer's Gift, which gives us 20% added healing while camping. And then you have this negative quirk, which is Slow Reflexes, which reduces the speed of the character by 1. Otherwise, you have the base stats. She has 22 hit points, 6 speed with the quirk, 7 without it. Accuracy modifier is basically 0. Her critical chance is 2% plus whatever the weapon she has, and the damage dealt is 4 to 7. She basically has the basic armor and weapon, and she does have a decently good resistance to the various things in the game that might need explaining. Stun is basically an attack vector which stuns the character and makes her skip a turn. Blight and disease are basically something that can be afflicted on the character and will cause damage every turn for a number of turns and a number of hit points per turn. And bleed is a pretty annoying one as well, which causes a fixed damage per turn for some amount of turns as well. Then you have the combat and the camping skills, and these are locked. We can't change them right now. So she has the Plague Grenade, which is a ranged combat skill that you can use to inflict blight, so it will cause blight on the enemy. You have Incision, which is a melee attack that will cause bleed. You have Emboldening Vapors, which is a buff you can use to buff off the characters, and Disorienting Blast, which is both a shovel and a stun at the same time. So this is more of a ranged sort of combat character, whereas the Vestal that is at the 3rd position, she's more of a healer in this group. She does have the stun, but she also has the Divine Grace, which is a healing spell. Illumination, which increases the torch by 5 and bypasses stealth for an enemy, and the Hand of Light, which is a ranged command as well. And, we're not going to look into the camping skills because we're not going to be camping at first. Now, Robin the Hood has the pistol shot, which is a ranged command, the grape shot, which attacks multiple enemies at the same time, and with the gun, and the open vein, which causes a bleed. And then you have the Crusader, which is a frontline damage dealing sort of character, and he has the Smite, which is a melee based on the frontal forces of the enemy. The Zealous Accusation, which basically takes the first 2 enemies and deals damage to both of them. A Stunning Blow, which does damage and will also possibly stun the enemy. And the Bulwark of Faith, which increases the torch and marks the target, which is sometimes useful if you have a character that has added damage with targeted enemies. We're pretty much ready to go. I think this is probably the right order of these characters based on their preferential positions. I think this is pretty much it. We could reverse these two, but I think this is pretty much done it in this order. Before, stick with what we know. Now we need to provision ourselves.
Measured now in gold, later in blood.
We need to provision ourselves before we go into this, and we're going to need some food. I tend to just buy 12, which is basically 1 full slot. You can't buy any more, or it will take multiple slots. And I'll buy a couple of shovels in case we run into some obstacles that we need to shovel away. So if you don't have the shovels on you and you need to do it by hand, it causes stress. Then I'll buy 4 bandages or so in case we run into a bleed. Did you hear about the cheese factory that exploded in France? There was nothing left but debris. That was especially aimed at our good friend G, who's a man of cheese. And then we're going to need torches. The torches actually have 2 different purposes in the game. First of all, they illuminate the world around us, and second of all, they do affect the dungeon in many ways. It makes it, if the torch is low, it makes it easier to surprise us and ambush us, and it also increases the stress level of the party. A good idea to have plenty of torches so you don't run out. You will find some along the way as well, and one curious thing in this game is that we've just spent something like 1400 gold buying these various things. The food, the shovels, the bandages and the torches, and if we don't end up using them, we get very little back. So at the end of the journey, everything that we've collected is basically gathered and sold, and we get pennies for whatever we bought that we didn't use. So it's bad to get caught early in the game without having enough supplies, but when you're starting out you have very little money, so it doesn't pay to overshop. You sort of need to try to balance it as much as you can. Bring what you need and try to get away with what you have. Let's embark into the ruins and try to Try not to get killed. Oh, this is the map you can see here. Need to click on the rooms to progress. And there's an unburned
Glittering
torch
gold,
that we can
trinkets and baubles,
steal or borrow.
paid for in blood.
Without the intent of returning it. It's the buff increases the abilities of the characters. In this particular case, it increases the damage done by 20% and increases the speed by 3. So that will definitely help us in the long run. Hey there, Gleaser, welcome in. I'm going very slowly through all of this. I know a lot of you here have seen this game a million times before and know all of this better than I do, but I'm trying to explain to the rest as well. Now the dodge is basically a defensive mechanism. The higher the dodge.
Come on, guys. Really.
You should throw Gleaser a follow. He plays Untitled Champions and he also plays Heroes of Might and Magic. Yeah, that was a bad miss. The grape shot blast is one of my favorites and, in terms of attacking enemies.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
It hits 2 characters at the same time. I doubt we can stun him again, but yeah, we actually managed. Usually no, he buffed it. Usually the resistance is highly increased. So that was a good hit. They're both dead. Open the chest.
Whatever that notification was, thank you. It doesn't show my chat or OBS. The fuck? And
Thanks for shouting out Just E. He's another of the many Darkest Dungeon streamers in here tonight. He got rated by Will, basically handed us his viewership when his stream ended. Was it maybe fix the aspect ratio on the player a little bit? It's way too wide. I fixed it. Now we need to keep our eye on the torch. It's currently at 82%. Don't really want it to dip much below 75. Well, here's an obstacle that we need to clear.
Even the cold stone seems bent on preventing passage.
That's when the shovel comes in handy. You can use the shovel to clear up the debris. What do we have here? We have one of these cultists here. Now some enemies deal out damage, others deal out stress, and damage is one thing. You can sort of just heal that away, but at least in the early going of the game you have precious little in the way of resolving the stress. It might have been a free game for a bit, and when I looked at it first it was like $25, but it hit a sale on the Monday after, so I was able to pick up the game and a lot of the DLCs for about $10 or so, and it does go on sale semi-regularly, so if you want the game you can just go to Is There Any Deal and register that you want to buy it if it hits a certain minimum, and get a nice email when it drops below. Now, one of the nicest things about the grape shot blast is that you can basically shoot 3 enemies at a time with it. see if you can stun this guy and move him to the front at the same time. Where I'm it's mighty. Stun this guy as well here. If we can. At least at the front we can attack him.
As the fiend falls,
Got lucky.
hope blossoms.
Got lucky.
Press this advantage. Give them no
Got
quarter.
lucky again. Bring him to the front here and
Continue
take care
the
of him.
onslaught. Destroy them all.
Funnily, the game doesn't automatically combine anything. Hey there, Maruta, welcome in. Haven't seen you in here before. Welcome. Yeah, I've been watching Will play this game for ages. I don't know how long he's been streaming this game, for months now. I've been a subscriber to his channel for 7 months at least. And I haven't really been playing it myself until Ava redeemed it, and I'm totally hooked. I'm totally hooked on this game. It's a great game. Especially for our lovers of the old style of punishing role-playing games. It's a fantastic game. Now we got lucky. We have the scouting, which helps us quite a bit. It shows us what's coming in the rooms ahead. Now the curious are random objects that have a negative or a positive effect on you. You will either find something or get a skill that is either good or bad, or get dealt stress. Matters a great deal. There are many different types of them. I haven't mastered except maybe a tiny percentage of them. We know for a fact there's one of them right here, and this is basically a marking here that shows which is the frontmost character. Now our good friend Lancing-A-Lot is a kleptomaniac, so not a good idea to have him open up any of the trinkets, because he will simply put them in his pocket and not give them to the party. In this case, it's loot, 4 crests, and a skeleton key. I also like the banter between the characters. That are they can be such negative nannies. Okay, this is a good mix of characters here. I think we'll start with the lovely Miss here. Let's try this trick here. He resisted the stun, but it did bring him forward. this one did work. Delivered some damage as well. Can't stun all of them, obviously. Now this is a stress dealer, so you see we got a bit of added stress here. So tempting to go for the bleed here. So we got lucky as well, we dealt enough damage to actually finish him off. We go use a buff on the Crusader here now. Hope that they don't kill us. Try to stun this guy.
Obliterated.
Great hit. And let's shoot this guy with a pistol. I'm trying to figure out things by myself. There is a bunch of Darkest Dungeon, both streamers and players in this chat right now. We got rated by Will Torrescore, which is actually a fantastic Darkest Dungeon streamer. Well, there's a ton of people in the chat who know a ton more about the game than I do. Half the fun in these games is figuring things out by yourself. Let's bring him to the frontier so we can finish him off. Use the heal. I'd say that went pretty
Remind
well.
yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
Fix the order again here. Of course it's trapped. We got diseased, but or poisoned really, but we have one anti-venom in the inventory. And it's now been used, so let's hope we either find another one or get lucky and don't get any more disease. Now going to do a little bit of an order of the items here. Hey there, Texas Footballer, welcome in. There's a trap here. So I'm gonna need to remember to disarm the trap and not walk right into it. Now, if you don't have the don't get lucky and get the scouting, then you walk straight into the trap and get the damage. There's another trap here that we can see on the map. Okay, these guys are very annoying. They cause a ton of damage, so stunning them or trying to bring them to the front is a good idea. They have very little in the way of stun and blight resistance, but they're pretty much completely resistant to bleed. You can see the resistance to bleed is 200%, which means you'll never be able to make them bleed. We can blight them. That is one option. Or we can shift them around and try to stun them at the same time, which is probably the right move in this case. Now they're not gonna bleed, so let's try the Grape Shot Blast. I'm sure if you try hard enough, you could probably do most of anything, but you would need a slightly buffed bleed, or you would need a crit bleed to get there.
A singular strike.
That was a very good strike. Got very lucky this time around. We might be able to stun this guy. You can basically maybe stun every other turn. It will be very resistant the second time. Buff the Crusader, and I have a feeling that this will take care of him. Yeah, it will.
Foolish horrors. Brought low and driven into the mud.
Which parchment? What are you looking at? Are you looking at this? This is the Seller's Accusation. It's basically like the Crusades. And you're basically nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. You're basically showing them the papers, and they get afraid enough that they get dealt damage. I think that's at least the idea behind it. I like it. It's it basically attacks the front two members of the party. Got a free heal here from the fountain. There is a curio here. We should probably walk back to this room, even if it means a little time. Might get lucky.
Packs laden with loot are often low on supplies.
This is a trinket. Sickening satchel. Now some of the trinkets, all of the trinkets do something with the skills of the characters, and some of them are only for a certain character type, while others can be used by anyone, and mixing and matching them together gets pretty complicated in the later stages of the game when you have plenty of them. I saw in Will's stream that he had something like 30 trinkets already. That's when the picking of the trinkets gets a little bit complicated. You only have 2 slots for the trinkets for every character. So you do need to think about that a little bit. What to do with each, and what is the best match. Perhaps not even for the character, but also just for the dungeon that you're going to be running into. I'm getting decently good with the early Ruins dungeons, but I'm absolutely terrible, for example, in the Cove. I've done a few runs there, and I mostly just died a lot. I haven't quite figured that out yet. Yeah, the Highwayman is one of my favorites as well so far. There was a poll in Will's stream on Saturday where he was figuring out which was the better damage dealer between the Highwayman and the Bounty Hunter. And the Highwayman was basically the pick of the game. Now technically we're done with the quest, since the quest only involved exploring 90% of the rooms, but we're not quite done with the entire dungeon. So we'll finish it off. Right, we're in good health, we have low stress. Our inventory isn't full, we still have 3 torches, so continue. We're gonna need to use another shovel here. And, we have a spare. The poll was rigged. Rigged for our pleasure. Now I absolutely hate this goblet guy. He's one of my least favorite guys in this game. He causes stress by throwing this goblet of acid on you. Dodge the stun. And of course he did. Grape shot blast was basically a 100% miss. Let's see if he dodges this one. No. Gets brought to the front.
How quickly the tide
Which is what we want. We'll take this damage rather than the stress. This is basically the last battle of this crusade. Let's see if we can
Another one falls.
knock this guy out. Then we have to deal with the guy with the crossbow here. Damage we can heal. The stress is not quite as easy to take care of.
A powerful blow.
Excellent blow. I've had some practice, Will. I didn't just I've spent like 12 hours already practicing things. I'm not a total newbie. I've also been watching your streams very differently after I started playing the game myself. It's very different once you've played the game. This game is very addictive, I'll give it that. Now we that's some blight to this guy, which we got lucky. It deals 4 damage per round for 2 rounds. Basically means that he's now dead.
Be wary. Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
The game continuously makes you aware of your limitations and the risk of overconfidence, but like with Might and Magic, what usually happens is that you get a little bit cocky and then you instantly die. It's a given, and even though the game constantly warns you and you're very well aware of it, it happens anyway.
Finding the stuff is only the first test. Now it must be carried home.
Indeed. We're done. So we can click the crest and return. And whatever we bought that wasn't used, including any food and torches and shovels and so on, just gets collected. And for very little, actually. And, in total, we got 3360 out of the collected treasure and whatever trinkets were remaining, including the gold and the various emeralds that we found. Then we get 3,000 more as a quest reward. We also get 4 crests for completing, and this health stone as well trinket, which delivers plus 10% maximum hit points, but gives us a drawback of -1 in the speed, and then we get the heirlooms that we need to upgrade the buildings in town. We got some quirks as well. Steady, which reduces stress by 10%, and compulsive, which is a negative quirk. Some of the negative quirks don't actually seem all that relevant, but some of them are very bad. Like the kleptomania is pretty bad, and this is pretty bad as well. Cove foe, that means that if you bring him into the cove, he will suffer 20% additional stress. There's already plenty of stress in the cove, so 20% extra is can be the difference between life and death there.
The tents are pitched, banners fly.
I'm definitely not a newbie to the role-playing game. I've been playing those for ages, but I'm a newbie to this one.
To town.
I'm starting to get my mind about this game a little bit, but there are many things I don't know yet. Now, there is this log that happens after each run, and sort of get to know what's been happening. You can now we can now enter the tavern, which is a way of relieving stress for some of the characters, and the Abbey, which is another place where we can relieve stress. And we've completed the first of the many goals on the quest. You can see that there is an endless list here of things that we need to do before beating the game. It's a long list, and if we are to complete the game, you need to survive long enough to actually manage to do all of these. Yeah, thanks for coming for the 8K RAM. Return to Technic Babylon. Enjoy the rest of your night.
Fresh kegs, cards, and curtained rooms promise solace to the weary and broken alike.
Well, the only character that we have that is actually a little bit stressed is the Plague Doctor. He's not doing terribly. So he's at 34. Once they hit 100, they will become disillusioned a little bit, and are bad results. So it's you can't really let it go to 100, or if you do, it definitely can't have it reach 200. A bad idea. So there's stress, but not. I've seen worse. Now, every week the stagecoach arrives and brings us fresh meat, if you like. And we can sort of affect how many we get each turn by upgrading it, but we need an additional D to be able to do so now, to bring it up to 4. We have it at 3 at the moment. So what we got is a shield breaker, which is a character I don't think I've actually played yet. Plus 5 dodge, plus 10 protection. 5 speed. Plus 50% stress versus human. Not a problem in the ruins, at least. It has a pierce. Armor piercing. Melee. Accuracy base 90, damage modifier minus 10. He's resistant to stun. Yeah. That does kiss melee blight. Fuck as well. Impale. Interesting. I'm very curious to try this character. We'll definitely
Shifting, swaying.
like it here.
Her prey before the final strike.
Name it the armor piercer. What's the camping skills? Pep talk. Minus 50% stress for 4 battles. Can't be marked. Atlas embrace. 20% light skill change. Chance and 20% light resist. Okay. This is an interesting character. forward 1, 2 blocks, and a buff. We'll definitely take this character with us and figure out how we can use it. The man-at-arms I've used a bit. I particularly like this skill a little bit at the first. The defender skill gives him an added 15% and guards an ally, which is useful when you're low on hit points. And with a riposte, I very much like this. It means that if he gets hit, he will hit back. And once he's guarding someone, he will hit back basically twice. This is a mark and riposte. Buff. Plus 50% damage while guarded. And the crush. This isn't a great seeker or man-at-arms. These aren't really terrible negative quirks. Plus 10 stress heal. Minus 20 stress in wield. Of course, take all of them from the early coaches. We don't really have a choice. At later points in the game, you start rejecting these characters a bit. Because either you already have better ones or your roster is pretty much full. You can expand your roster, but at the cost of expanding. Town will only drink. Now this is a musketeer that is going to be difficult to remove stress from. Not pray or flatulate for stress relief and will only drink. It's pretty tough. This, however, is a good combination with someone that can actually mark. So if you're able to mark the target, this is a good combination with that, because you get plus 50% damage if the character is marked. And this is also decently useful when you have this heal. It's a sort of a patch off, but still useful. This is not bad at all.
A champion markswoman. Keen for a
Shall we name this one?
challenge.
Two missing. There are supposed to be 3 musketeers. I'm thinking if we take her, we can skip bringing the Vestal with us and send her for some stress relief.
Cobwebs have been dusted, the pews set straight. The Abbey calls to the faithful.
How do we assemble the party then? Do we put the shield breaker at the front? Man at arms in the second position. Musketeer at a 3. And who do we then put at a 4? Go to the ruins again and I think we'll bring the highwayman again, not the crusader. Take the shield breaker. That's the number 1. The highwayman here or here. Put the man-at-arms here. And the musketeer here. Don't think this is a combination I've ever tried before, but sort of have a feeling it might work. We have some healing. We have a little bit of healing, it's not much. It's not the entire party, it's only a single individual, but it's still something. We have a mark and we have a ranged shot here. Then of course we have the grape shot blast and the pistol shot. We're not going to be able to use this. We have the crush here and the riposte and retribution here. Here we have the pierce and the other's kiss and the impale. This is an interesting combination that I haven't tried before. Sounds fun. Let's provision ourselves. Might go back. Let's take a little bit of a look at the trinkets first here. We have some trinkets on any of the characters. No, we don't. Okay. So what do we have? Plus 20% disease resist, but minus 2 dodge. And plus 10 max hit points, but minus 1 speed. This might be the only character that can really do that. He has the hard knock-in and the quick reflexes, which gives us already plus 2 speed, so effectively we're still at a plus 1. This is really the only character that we could really give the disease jump to. He has a dodge of 13. Just due to the evasive. I would give her a 20% disease resist. Which will lower her dodge down to 11, which is still manageable, but still higher by 3 than by default. At least for using the fairly poor trinkets that we have at this point. Spring 4 bandages. I keep buying bandages, although I don't often use them. Not all that useful in the ruins, but still, as someone pointed out in another Will stream earlier, it's better to overbuy a little bit. It's bad to run out. I buy 2 of the anti-venoms as well. Let's take 2 of the holy waters. I think I'll leave it at that. Should have enough. But if you live through risk and darkness, by all means bring few torches. Yeah, truer works have never been spoken.
The fiends must be driven back. And what better place to begin and the seat of our noble line.
Indeed. Let's see how this turns out. Start by this isolated room. We run right into a battle. We have here Fender, Arbalist. These two are real assholes. None of them will bleed, so I think we'll use the grape shot blast. There's a little bit of damage to all of them. One of my favorites. But light resistance is always very low here in the it's a consistent friend in the ruins, the blight. Not all of the monsters in the later parts of the game are particularly vulnerable to the blight. Some of them are, in fact, not at all. It certainly helps with the ones that have more hit points. We got lucky. Dodge that. This is interesting. Now he's both marked and his dodge has basically been turned into 0. So if we deliver a hit on him, he's going to have a very poor time.
Another one falls.
Should have activated the riposte, but we got away with not a lot of damage.
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive. Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
Good shot. That turned out alright. This is an interesting combination. Move this about a bit here. There's some semblance of organization here. Someone has left a chemistry set here. Isn't that lovely? This is not my favorite character in the game. I absolutely despise this guy, and this combination of the goblet guy and the madman is one of my least favorites. Let's bring his dodge down, mark him. See if we can shoot him. 8.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them.
That was enough. Might have brought us one back, but it was still enough. So try to get his dodge down here.
How quickly the tide turns.
It was quite a hit. Get rid of the madman as quickly as possible.
Festering fear consumes the mind.
Bad miss. A bad miss. We're going to get hit. We might as well at least riposte. She got stunned. That's bad.
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
He has 1 hit point left.
The flesh is
Very good heal.
the horror.
Die already. She's quite stressed at this point.
As the fiend falls,
There's plenty of damage dealing.
blossoms.
This is a useful trinket that we found here. Plus 15% max hit points, plus 8 dodge, minus 2 accuracy. It's interesting at least. Of course it's trapped. Did we already check this? Yeah, we did. There's a curio over there, there's a battle in this room. A free torch. Eat some food, get a little bit of our health back. Two goblet guys. A bone soldier and a bone defender. He's going to absolutely die of this stress.
Fear and frailty finally claim their due.
Now she's afflicted, she's reached the 100 mark already. That was a lot of stress. Not a lot we can actually do about it either. Precious little we can do about it. He's dead.
Yeah, let's see who's out there so that we can read. Thanks again, everybody who's come to hang out with us tonight. I'm in a pro coffee cup. Everybody who's come to hang out with us tonight. And together we are coffee.
Hey, Coffee Cup Arcade, thanks for the raid. Welcome in. I love this game. I've been playing it a little bit because I was going to play it on the Subscriber Sunday. And hey there, Bloody Cactus as well. Welcome in. Absolutely, I'm loving this game. It's pretty difficult, but it's a lot of fun.
Powder of gravy. What did I say?
It doesn't matter.
I did not.
The ground quakes.
That was at least a hit, and might not have been the greatest in the world, but let's take down at least one of the goblet guys. We can't really take much more stress. We take a little damage, but not much more stress. The Blight will take care of that guy. What a hit. That was absolutely marvelous. And so was this.
A trifling victory.
Sometimes you get
But a victory
seriously
nonetheless.
unlucky, but sometimes you get very lucky as well. Yeah, it's all in the roll of the dice. There's a lot of if you like the roll of the dice, like a lot of the early role-playing games have, where you seem to sometimes have something like a roll of the dice of 36. It's completely random, then you'll love this game. Sometimes you get extraordinarily unlucky, but sometimes you also get extraordinarily lucky. So it's a fine line. We have no scouting, so let's continue. Retorch. Now, she's at 97. Is less than great. This is not a good combination either.
The will to fight falters.
It's always a tough choice. No light run, no, at least not just at the level I'm at. But I've seen a lot of the other Darkest Dungeon streamers do weird runs like that. No light or no healing, no Vestal. No DLCs, no trinkets. All sorts of different things you can do to make the game more difficult once you've reached a certain skill level. I find it plenty difficult enough without trying to make things more difficult on myself.
Such a terrible assault cannot be left unanswered.
It was not great. He's pretty much at death's door. see if we can give her a little bit of a heal later. She's very stressed as well. This did not help at all. Bad blow. Brings her back to death's door. I don't think our shield breaker is likely to actually survive this. We're taking a ton of stress.
A death by inches.
How quickly the tables can turn on us here. This is where the riposte comes in very useful.
Blow to body and brain.
Yeah, she's pretty badly off. Keeps getting hit. Good blow.
Injury and despondence set the stage for
Patch up the bleeding.
or cowardice.
We could have done with an actual hit here. We can't really do very much about this.
Success so clearly and
We do have
or is it merely a trick of the light?
some food, so we have her eat a little bit and gain a little bit of health. Swap positions here so as well. She's not completely dead, but she's very heavily stressed. I'm more worried that she'll die of a heart attack than anything else.
Wealth beyond measure, awarded to the brave and the foolhardy alike.
But there is no option but to march on. Now, if we had some scouting, we might be able to see which room battles are left and be able to skip some of the bits that are remaining, but we don't, so we have no other choice than to just wait on.
In Radiance, may we find victory.
Park has a map inside, that's pretty good. There's a room battle here, potentially the last one. So after that we have an option of ending the quest, and we've completed basically the and this is not a good combination of characters to run into when you're trying to avoid stress. Here's the goblet guy and he's way back over there. We dodged by some incredible luck. How do we heal here? Or do we... Was unlucky. It's a bad combination of monsters to run into in exactly this situation. Good hit. It's not a lot of healing, but it is a little bit. Is this going to be enough to take him down? Yes. Still leaves this asshole here. I'm taking on a ton of damage, but we're going to survive this anyway. At some cost though, we've taken on a ton of stress. It's difficult to get rid of. We do have a lot of food. We found some. Well, we can use that to our advance. Will, what is the with these journal pages? What is really the point of them? Is there any benefit in keeping them around, or can you just read them and throw them away? Yeah, that's sort of what I figured. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, there is a battle here. It's clearly marked. Could be worse. We might die of stress. It's not out of the question that we die of stress here.
Be gone, fiend.
Good shot.
Foolish horrors. Brought low and
We're still somehow alive. Maybe not in the best condition ever, but still alive. Might as well try to pillage as much as we can. We're making a lot of gold here. Blood-soaked pages torn from a journal. 4 out of 6 they're sleeping. I'm kept from slumber by a distinct stream of whispers, as if carried by the currents and waves of the sea. I've not told them that most of my flesh has sloughed off, revealing a strange silvery membrane. I keep myself covered. They questioned me when I ate the meat raw at campfall and found my response difficult to understand. I suppose it would be best to explain my condition when they awaken, and they would be convinced of my urgency to leave and find aid in the hamlet. Okay, that's this one. What was this one? Day 6 as we traveled from the hamlet, an eerie dread grew. We all felt it, but did our best to shrug it off. Sleep was difficult until Raven, one of my companions, passed me a bitter concoction. The most devout of us, Therion, prayed softly for our safety, superstitious but well-intentioned, I suppose. Already falling asleep. Won't take this. Leaves more space for stuff that we might find. That joke, how do locomotives know where they're going? Lots of training. Way to lighten the mood. Okay, so there's a battle here at the Curio. Do we survive the battle? It sort of depends on what's there. It's going to be very hard. We're going to get afflicted. The man-at-arms is definitely going to get afflicted. But, I'm not terribly worried about these 3 characters. We just picked them off the... We just picked them off the wagon. He didn't really need the stress heal. What a terrible combination for the final remaining fight. This is an absolutely terrible... It couldn't possibly be worse. There's no way this could be worse. There's a tiny chance that we're able to do enough damage to take out one of them, but I seriously doubt it. No, definitely not. Okay, we managed to get rid of one of them. The goblet guy remains. Masochistic, being worse.
Those who covet injury find it in no short supply.
Yes, he's going to die here. Or very likely to die here, at least. But, excellent dodge. Nothing we can do about this. What we can do is try to finish the fight as best we can.
Perched at the very precipice of oblivion.
We are so screwed. There's no describing how screwed we are right now. They're probably both going to die. He moved to the front. He's of course a masochistic, so despite being near dead, he just moved to the front to catch the brunt of the fight. That's sort of what he's doing. This guy is dead. Leaving the goblin guy.
Survival is a tenuous
There
proposition.
goes the man-at-arms. He's very dead. There was just absolutely no way both of these were going to survive. If we actually managed to get out of here with one of them alive, that's a miracle. She's going to be so heavily stressed that it's going to take multiple rounds to de-stress her.
Seize this
Only
momentum.
one dying seems like
Push on
somewhat
to
a
the
success in this.
end. Room by room, hall by hall, we reclaim what is ours.
This is why I'm at nowhere near the level of naming my characters. That seems like a dumb idea. I would kill a lot of people and that, but they would get pissed. Thanks for the follow, Marudrax. It did yield us almost 10,000 in treasure, 7 crests, 2 bursts, and a speedstone. Not a bad quirk. Plus 15% damage in the Warrens, that's useful. Plus 20% stress heal in the brothel, that's also useful. She's going to need it as well. Yeah, that's a sort of a thing here. I am the dad, I have 3 kids, 3 little boys, 6, a 4 and a 2-year-old. That pretty much describes who I am as well. Dad jokes and dad playing. We got decently lucky with the quirks at least.
She has paid dearly for her freedom.
I'll say.
And deserves better than this place.
Plus 20 stress in the brothel. That's why can't we put her here? Because she has another quirk that is yeah. In town she will only drink. So that negates this one. So we need to get rid of this one, which will cost us dearly if we want to do that. Bring the whole bottle, yeah, I'll say. Now, these characters were always a little bit limited in some ways, so there's nothing we can do for her here. I think this is going to be a problem because we really have no way of fixing this stress, and I'm not even sure this is really worth it. We can do nothing here. We can do nothing here either. So it's going to be a problem. Yeah, the guild and the blacksmith have opened up for us now. So we can upgrade some of the skills, and we can also upgrade the weapons and armor. Let's take a look into what we have here. Sort of leaning towards just disbanding the musketeer. Plus 15% in the ruins. Won't drink in town. Plus 20% stress versus beast. Very similar character to the one that we had before. Yeah, we'll take this one.
The raw strength of youth may be spent.
Another
but his eyes
Vestal.
hold the secrets of 100 campaigns.
Has the Divine Grace. She has Judgment. Plus 10% healing skills when camping. Not a bad Vestal.
A sister of battle, pious.
And another Highwayman. Not allowed to gamble while in town. And minus 10 stun resist. We'll need to upgrade him if we decide to take him along. I really like the Grape Shot Blast and I would want to buy it. Hold on, I'm going to close the door here. Back. Thinking we don't take this one. We leave him there.
Make no mistake, we will face ever greater threats. Our soldiers must be ready.
Let's take a little peek here. More interested actually in
The bellows blast once again. The forge stands ready to make weapons of war.
This is relatively useful here. And so is this. I very rarely use this. I use this quite a bit, and I use this, and I use this, but I rarely use this. I'm thinking we either go for the Inspiring Cry or we go for the Battle Heal. But sometimes having some extra healing can actually be very beneficial. Go for the Battle Heal now. Take another look here. I very rarely use this in the ruins, so whereas this can sometimes be very useful. So can this. And for that matter, this can sometimes be useful as well, just depending on where you are and what you're doing. I think I'll buy this one. I'm gonna spend a ton more money. We've already spent way too much, really. It's probably a better healer than the one that we currently have. I'm going to spend money on this to get slightly better healing. I'm going to spend money on the defender as well. That's about it. The plan is then to bring the Crusader and this new man-at-arms. This new Vestal and the Plague Doctor. And see how we fare with this group. I think this is a relatively good group, although it's a mix of Apprentice and Seeker. Let's pick. We're going to turn this off and get a battle heal instead. Keep the other three. Turn off the bellow and turn on the defender instead. Keep the retribution. Bolster and the crush. I will turn this one off and turn this one on instead. Or might leave this one as well. And turn this one, the illumination, off instead. I think this is pretty much it. Leave the highwayman for now. We can't remove this quirk yet. I have all of them now, right? Go over the trinket situation as well. Let's return trinkets back to base. Start from scratch. What do we have here that we could possibly use? Speedstone. This is pretty good. Take this as well. Might take this. don't think I'll take this. We're going up against the boss this time around. We've already done 2 runs. So this is the first, really the... quickly unequip every trinket on the top bar next to the X. Okay. Okay, that's useful to know. Unequip all trinkets. Okay. Thanks. It's useful. This is a slightly longer dungeon since we're going up against the boss, so we're going to be camping this time around. We'll bring more food. And I think I'll bring more torches as well. Bring 2 sets of torches. 6 bandages, 4 anti-venoms, and 4 shovels. It's probably overbuying, but better safe than sorry in this. Let's hope we are successful and find a lot of treasure. Let's go and die. We at least have plenty of healing. Probably, possibly not enough damage dealing. We'll see.
Must be driven back. And what better place to begin than the seat of our noble line?
We were slightly lucky. Got some scouting to start. There's a secret door here as well. Not have the Crusader at the front opening the sacks. He will steal all of it. Disarm this trap.
Hacks laden with loot are often low on supplies.
Nice.
The way is lit. The path is clear.
That's nice.
We require only the strength to follow it.
Pays for at least part of the extra supplies that we bought that we might not actually need.
Finding the stuff is only the first test. Now it must be carried home.
Definitely not running out of torches. At least there is a battle here. I want to make sure that the light is very high when we run into battle. It will help us a little bit. We have this lot letter here. They're a pain in the ass. They cause bleeding. Then we have the cutthroat and the fusilier. Was actually pretty lucky. Very poor bleed resistance here. Let's cut him open, make him bleed, 2 damage for 3 rounds. That's something. Let's see if we can stun him as well. Yeah. That's 1 round of not dealing with his damage. Let's activate the riposte. it is most useful. Let's light this guy.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
I'm not gonna be able to stun him again. Might stun and kill. Zealous Accusation doesn't really work with this guy, but well, it does work with him, but doesn't work with the guy behind him. But we can use the battle heal. Stop shooting me. Nice.
The victory. Perhaps the turning point.
Very nice. Now, one of the issues that we have now is that the corpse is in the way. The blight will slowly take care of this guy.
To a killing blow.
This was relatively unlucky though.
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
Could have been luckier there, but never mind.
A full pack often attracts unwanted attention.
Let's try to order this just a little bit here. Keep the treasure separated from the utilities as much as we can. So we know what is what here. We're alive. More scouting. Go here. Go here and we finish this off. Only a battle here, there's no battle in these rooms. And then we go here and finish this battle and then we camp. I think that's basically what we do. Best to have a plan.
The light, the promise of safety.
Does this journal entry say blood soaked pages, 12 journal, 2 out of 6? My fears are confirmed. With our torch doused by an errant spray of seawater, we were ambushed. Strange fish-like hominoids ambushed us in the sudden darkness. The pitch of the torch caught quickly and I glimpsed scaly appendages swinging crude weapons, glistening and barbed. It didn't last long with our torch rekindled. Alas, one bit me on the neck before I gutted it. The wound stings and tingles strangely. Our basically told me to keep it clean and covered. There are several hints in this. One thing is to keep the torch very lit in the cove. The other is to take care that you get poisoned by the damn fishes there. God damn it. They're all very highly bleed resistant. They're not blight resistant. They both dodged it, however.
Another abomination cleansed from our lands.
Kill this guy at least. That's one off. Activatory post. Really need to take care of the goblet guy as much as we possibly can. Spring it to the front and stun him. See if we can.
Be gone,
Yeah,
fiend.
that was mighty successful.
A momentary abatement.
The post did quite a bit of work there.
Back to the pit.
To use the heal. We're gonna get shot, but let's see if we can. Yeah, he was stunned. Move the corpses for us as well. Let's heal up a little bit more as we can. Fine blow.
A momentary abatement. Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
That was pretty good. Turned out better than expected, really. Better watch out for this trap here. Let's not forget that. The thing with the curious is that sometimes you get unlucky. Then now we just received 34 stress by reading a single page in a book. Eat something. Disarm this trap. Enter into this room. There's nothing here. Means we can basically go back. Traveling back and forth like this increases stress. Not a lot we can do about that. Now there's a battle here, so we're basically going straight into battle. Okay. 2 brawlers, an acolyte. Bleed is going to be okay. We have okay, we have bandages. We can take care of the bleed. Need to activate the riposte.
momentary abatement.
Not actually all that stun resistant. Take care of the bleed.
Press disadvantage. Give them no quarter. As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
He's back.
Ghoulish horrors, brought low and driven into the mud.
Okay. Could have gone worse. Torch. Did we just get this quirk here? Early riser. Screw the goblet guys. At least we dodged one of them. Let's blight both of them, but at least eventually hire them. Gonna take a lot of stress though. Lucky with the blight. Bleed is not gonna help us here. No. See if we can.
A momentary abatement.
I'll say. could have done with hitting that one. Been very, very lucky with the dodges so far. This was not a good miss though.
Compassion is a rarity in the fevered pitch of battle.
The blight has done a ton of damage for us.
The slow death, unforeseen, unforgiving. As victories mount,
I'm slowly
so too will resistance.
running out of room here. This is still probably the best solution. We'll leave this 200 gold here.
Self-preservation is paramount at any cost.
I think he's received like 50 stress out of Curious, which is a silly amount. Do we camp at this point, or do we finish this one and then camp? I think we finish this one and then camp. Or maybe we should try to heal some of this stress. Yeah, maybe we should. Yeah. Let's see if we can do something about this stress.
It's a goal without hope.
Do have quite a bit of food. I think we'll might even go for a feast here. And we'll restore our hit points and reduce the stress a little bit. Let's go over what our options are here. One companion minus 15% stress. Time cost 2, one companion minus 15 stress. Heal 50% hit points. We don't really need much in the way of healing right now, but the stress reduction we definitely need. How do I know if she's religious or not? How can I tell? Yeah, okay, so it's character based, it's not based on whether this particular character is... Okay. This seems like a decently good choice. This does as well. This, leaving us with 4 points. It's probably this. Not as badly off.
In Radiance, may we find victory.
Well, not in great shape, but it's been worse. I have done a little bit of research on the wiki, but there's a lot of research to be done. I've not had the best of luck with these. I don't think I've ever actually succeeded in doing anything with them. Yeah, this is probably the best result I've seen. Okay, this is a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage, but actually not terribly bad in terms of stress, which is sort of what we want now. The Blight is probably our best bet here. Very low stun resistance as well. Missing is bad. Take that.
Ringing ears, blurred vision. The end approaches.
That was bad. That was good. That was good. Win some, lose some in this game. That was lucky as well. Buff him up.
The wounds of war can be healed, but never hidden. Executed with impunity.
Excellent. Still have a round left of the riposte.
The blood quickens.
Took a little bit of damage, but we'll heal. It took a little bit too long to do this. Probably should have gone for the blow instead. Never mind. Can't win them all. Second time he's missed point blank, really. Good. Didn't need it anyway. Could have gone worse, for sure.
Victory, but a
But a victory nonetheless. There's another battle here in front of us. And some treasure along with it. Ah, goblet guy. And this asshole as well. Yeah, we got lucky with who got stressed. The character that was able to take most of the stress. We forgot to heal his bleed, but we're lucky it's not enough. It's not a lot, rather. So we can bleed this asshole.
The wounds of war can be healed, but never hidden.
A lot of stress. A lot of stress. That's 87.
Seize this momentum. Push on to the task's end.
I'd be very surprised. I'd be very surprised if at some point we don't get afflicted with a man-at-arms. Would require some extraordinary luck. Keeps getting hit with the stress. Poor guy. Speak of stress. Yeah. What a bunch of assholes. At least blighted one of them. Activate the riposte. Sort of done, he's low on hit points, but never mind. Need to try to heal him as much as we can.
As life ebbs, terrible vistas of emptiness reveal themselves.
Not sure I can save this character. We'll see. See if we can stun this guy and bring him forward so we can take care of him. I'm gonna need to try to heal him. Kind of need him. Yeah. Actually a lot. It's been very bad. Still has the riposte, so that was bad luck as well. At least 4, that's something.
Perched at the very precipice.
We took 6 damage though, which is bad. That was pure luck, we critted on the heal. So, let's take care of some of these assholes here. Now we can finish this guy off. Or we can do some damage to this guy and activate the riposte again. Actually think that's going to be a better option. Could have been worse, I suppose.
Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
He's seriously stressed, but otherwise not doing too badly. Of course it's trapped. We still have the boss to complete, and we're in pretty dire shape. Let's see how this turns out.
Glittering gold, trinkets and baubles, paid for in blood.
Do we leave the key? I think we leave the key. This is also relatively useless. Maybe we take the key. Definitely take the busts. We've found 10 of them so far. Of course we end up in a trap. Could be worse though. Scouting, most excellent. the battle in this room, the curio there and the trap there. That was not a successful removing of the trap. A little health gained back by eating some food. We do still have a little bit of food left. We camped pretty early on. Lots of damage dealing here, but not a ton of stress. I'll take that right now. How many hit points left? 1. Fine. Dodge the riposte. Not this one though.
And now the true test. Hold fast or expire.
He's not the luckiest man on the planet, is he? Good shot, actually. Seen worse, at least. Move him to the frontier. Try to heal the man-at-arms a little bit more. We can't delay forever because they will definitely get reinforcements, but see if we can heal up a little bit more before we continue. Take a chance. Okay.
These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They
Could
can
have
be
been
beaten.
worse. Is the quest complete? I thought this was a boss run. Is that the next one, perhaps? Because if it is complete, it's very tempting to leave it here. Shall we do one more fight? Because why not? Semi-dead anyway. Like these two guys.
Power. How quickly the tide turns.
Nice shot. Very nice. 11 plus the bleed.
The
bigger the beast, the greater the glory.
Could be worse. Missed.
Great is the
He
weapon
tight
that
anyway.
cuts on its own.
850 gold, quite a bit. Citrine, not very worth very much. Let's get rid of the key. We're not gonna be using that much of anything. I'm not gonna get very much for the holy water either. No, let's take the citrine instead. It's essentially useless. Okay, there is one trinket left here. Wasn't there something about the holy water in this? Didn't I just dump the holy water? Wasn't there a trick to use the holy water while in front of the booth to actually get a benefit? What is the, what are the odds, as they say? A travel journal, 1 out of 4. Sebastian's watch was his last. We were jolted during our evening's repast, the best we could make in these murky halls. Our once great house. From the roaring flash of black powder, we dropped our bowls and hurried to him. All we could find was his spent pistol and a trail of blood leading into a maze of shadows. We press on. It's basically an endless story of death. It's a sort of describes what we're doing here. We're done, albeit at a cost. The Vestal is at 75 stress and the man-at-arms is basically dead. We might heal him, but if we get another one, I might just dump this guy.
We reclaim what is ours.
A victim of stress, basically. Good run though. Quite a bit in the way of treasure and busts. Automatonophobia. Natural swing +5 accuracy. Not very useful on this character.
There is a great horror beneath the manor. A crawling chaos.
Amber piece at the night on the town record 45 stress out of something like 90. Sanitarium is now unlocked. I'm somewhat tempted to try to get rid of the kleptomania because it's very annoying. We also need to wonder a little bit about the stress here. If we do decide to keep her, we need to get the stress down. Let's try to get his stress down a little bit more. I don't think we'll keep this musketeer around. Let's see what's on the coach. Our first jester is here. He has the harvest. Inspiring tune. Yeah. Plus 20% stress versus unholy. That's not the greatest thing in the world to take into the ruins. The 2+ speed if the torch is above 75 and +5 accuracy on the ranged skills. What does he have in terms of camping skills? Every rose has its thorn. All companions -15 stress at the cost of 3. Tiger's Eye. Yeah, good night, Eva. Thanks for moderating as per usual. Thanks for coming in as well. Enjoy the rest of your night. Sleep well. Thinking we might buy this.
He will be laughing still at the end.
Name him American Pie. What do we have here? Plague Doctor. This is pretty much a non-factor. Plus 20 stress was an unholy. That is, however, a factor. Cultist as well. Will's favorite character and his favorite healer as well. Plus 20% stress if torch is above 75%. This is a weird character. This is a good, very good quirk, but this is weird. Doesn't really help us at all. This is potentially pretty bad as well. I might drag him here, but
the abyss, one must know it.
That's about it. I'm going to upgrade the coach. We still need 1 deed to upgrade the coach. Okay. Okay. It was the jester I was looking at, I think, yeah. Where is the
At home in wild places, She is a stalwart survivor and a strict instructor.
It's either this or this or this. This one is actually very valuable, but at a possible cost. It's kind of funny. You everyone gets a minus 20, but one gets a plus 20. This is actually pretty good. So we'll buy this. Not mess with much of anything else. And slay the boss. That's pretty much it. Will be the last thing we do on this stream. Pick our crew. This is actually going to be a little bit difficult. Going to bring the highwayman for sure. Going to bring the plague doctor. Let's take a little look into her. Camping skills, see what we could possibly do here. Yeah, I think this is a good option as well, even though it costs a little bit. One companion, 15 stress. Heal 50% hit points. Plus 33% healing received. That might be very useful to us. Light. Okay, but who's going to be the front runner here? I'm sort of disappointed that we didn't get Leper in the coach. So we sort of need someone at front, someone to do the damage. Can't possibly bring her. She's way too stressed. Bringing another lake doctor is not a good idea either. This is going to be a very weird run. Going to be bringing her, that's for sure. We'll bring the plague doctor, and we'll bring the highwayman. His quirk is being removed. I might have waited with that. Maybe that was a bad idea. We might have brought him with us. Probably would have been a very smart thing to do. Need a damage dealer. That's basically our problem here. We're going to do this. Going to try this, which is near impossible. Going to have to do this. It's going to be a tough run to activate this instead. This is a weird group. It's a very weird group of people. Probably fail very badly, but let's do it anyway. We'll spend pretty much all we have left on food. Will buy a few bandages, some anti-venom, a couple of shovels. Not a couple of shovels. Need torches. That's all we can afford. Let's go.
Mastery over life and death was chief among my early pursuits.
We're basically walking into certain death here. That's fine.
My ambition was limitless. Who could have divined the prophetic import of something as
We're never going to be able to take down the necromancer. We don't have enough damage dealing.
Dead rat.
Or it's going to be very weird, at least, if we manage to do it.
A devil walks these halls. Only the mad or the desperate go in search of him.
I'll say. That's great. Good start. Plus 25 stress from reading a book. Did get scouting. Okay. They all very resistant to bleed? Yes, they are.
executed with impunity.
I have to move him back. Can stun this guy.
A decisive pummeling.
That will help a little bit. Would be dealt a ton of damage though.
Teetering on the brink, facing the abyss.
This is round 1 of the first battle, basically. That's great.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all. A powerful blow.
Maybe you move the jester all the way to the back. Try to protect him a little bit.
A death by inches.
Damn corpses. See if we can stun this guy. Yeah. Gives us another heal.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
It's basically what we wanted anyway, to move into the back. So I think that's basically the order that we'll use. Put the treasure down here. Keep food and other related items over here. Oh. Let's get here. It turned out better than it looked for a while there. A man of many goblets. I'm gonna have to swap places again.
A brilliant confluence of skill and purpose.
See if we can stun this guy here. That takes some damage though.
Great is the weapon that cuts on its own.
It is. It is indeed. Goblin guy isn't nearly as dangerous on the front. He doesn't have his little goblet treat. Can't throw the goblet at you.
Beyond one's limits.
Die, you miserable bastard.
Another one falls. Eradicated. Seize this momentum. Push on to the task's end.
Reverse this order here. We need to be able to use the blight, so this basically needs to be the order. Back this over here. Over here. Right into a trap. Three heirlooms. That's nice. Free torch. That's nice.
Wealth beyond measure. Awarded to the brave and the foolhardy alike.
I'll say. Thinking we might complete this part and come back and camp over here. It's at least the plan for now. Let's see what happens. Plenty of loot. Journal page. Lots of pages. 2 out of 6. We've seen this one before. Be gone.
Ornaments. Neatly ordered. Lovingly admired.
Neatly ordered? I don't know about that. They're ordered. Scouting. Very good. An obstacle. Did I bring a shovel? No. Did not bring a shovel.
Even the cold stone seems bent on preventing passage.
Going to cause us to have to take on stress. Spider. Bleed. You. She's going to die next round. That's good. We need to spend more time on her. Light these two.
Slowly, gently. This is how a life is taken.
Might stun this one. Let's try this again. It's weird, it doesn't really have that much of a stun resistance. And spiders.
Press this advantage. Give
That
them
spiders
no
though.
cover.
What's the purpose of these portraits, guys? Before we continue. No cheat, remote. Viewers. You will need to keep these paintings around. Is there a purpose? We have a key. We do have a key. Now we have blight. 2 damage for 3 rounds. Nothing to remove it. Unfortunate. I'll take a bit of damage here. See about healing.
The way is lit. The path is clear. We require only the strength to follow it.
Lucky there's a secret door. Roughly here. Not a lot to be gained, but some. We're going through our food at a rapid pace. There's a lot of walking involved. Headed into battle here in this room. We'll probably have very little food left once we camp.
Without tools of iron, you must rely on flesh and indefatigable purpose.
An interesting combination here. I suppose it could be worse though. They're all very resistant to bleed, but we can still hack away at them. Question is, who do we focus on? Do we try to take this guy down here? Light these two. Was not lucky. So we could try to at least stun this one.
Unnerved, unbalanced.
How has he resisted this twice now? How is that even possible? He's going to die.
A hand's breadth from becoming unwound.
She can't heal from this position.
Injury and despondence set the stage for heroism.
or cowardice.
We were lucky. This is a tough little fight. Get stunned already. Yeah, finally. Let's move him back again.
Annihilated.
Get rid of this guy.
As the fiend falls,
Kill this guy.
hope blossoms.
Taking a ton of damage here.
Hold fast or expire.
Might have to camp after this battle. We're not doing too hot. See if we can stun this guy. Bring him forward. Yeah. Yes, 9. Dodge this one. We've dodged a bullet multiple times in this fight already. Already. Now he crits, finally.
Offensive. These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
Should we finish off these curios here? Hope that we are successful in doing so. There's a map in here that is most excellent. That is very useful to us. Certainly worth going this way. Stashed heirlooms here as well. Have to walk back, but worth it anyway. Camp in this room, and then we'll try to finish the rest of this. Desperate need of healing, all sorts.
The match is struck. A blazing star is born.
Shall we try to open this chest here? Put it strapped.
A spark without kindling.
How much food do we actually have? We have 8 food. Thinking we only go for 4. Most really. Not doing terribly with the stress. Seen worse. somewhat regret not bringing more healing. Really don't have a choice here. Have to spend quite a bit on healing instead of on the stress. We are, however, doing okay. Seen worse. That was a choice. I think this is pretty much as good as it gets. We managed to get the stress down quite a bit, and we managed to reduce stress he receives by 50% for 4 battles. So I think we're about as well off as we possibly could have been. Hey there, Sobos. Thanks for the sub. Welcome to the sub club. Enjoy your art reviewing and the emotes. We of course got ambushed because that's just the way things are going right now.
The ground quakes.
Please bleed. We need to move the Plague Doctor back here.
Death waits for the slightest lapse in concentration.
I'll say. This is not at all a good position for the Westall. Let's fix this bleeding condition here. Now this is tempting. Since it was a hit, it was probably the right move, but had it not been a hit, then would have been bad. We can blight this guy, or we can try to stun him and move him forward, which is probably a better choice. He's bleeding, let's patch that up. He resisted, because of course he did.
Decimated.
It was good, quite good. went a lot better than it looked there for a while.
A dizzying fall.
Healing wise, we're not doing too hot right now. Straight into another pretty difficult battle.
As life ebbs, terrible vistas of emptiness reveal themselves. Obliterated. The slow death, unforeseen. Unforgiving.
Bleed, sucker. The order is not good right now.
Dazed.
That's bad.
Feeling about to break.
That's really bad. See if we can stun this guy. Of course he touches.
In radiance, may we find victory.
Of course he touches. Maybe we can try again. Yeah, okay. Stun this guy. That's something. Let's kill this one. I will move Joan back. So she can heal a little bit. Not doing too hot. One. Could have been worse. Going to get another round here. A little bit more healing. I'll have to take care of this guy.
Foolish horrors. Brought low and driven into the mud.
I'll say there's a battle over here as well. We have no holy water, that's right. No, we don't. We could have used some free healing right now. That would have been very nice. There's a battle midway do this, and we still have the boss to fight, and we're basically on our last fumes here. Fix the order. I think this actually might be the best starting order, although this party is hopeless in the case that we can't really use all of their strengths except when they're really out of order. Maybe this is the best way to start a battle. Still a very weird combination, all due to the fact that we didn't really have a master damage dealer to put at the front. Okay. Oh, what I've been doing is I've been moving him forward. That moves her to this position. None of these are very resistant to the bleed. I could also just use the Grapeshot Blast on all three of them. It does a little bit of damage to all three, which is pretty good. Him being at the back means we can light this one or stun him and move him forward, which is probably a better choice. Then we can use the heal, which we desperately need. That was great, we got 7. A dodge, excellent. Another dodge, even better. Then we can do the finale, which will definitely kill one of these guys. And move him back again, which will disrupt the party quite a bit again. Now she can't heal because she's in the wrong position, which is definitely not great.
Reeling, gasping.
Now he's irrational, which is less than perfect. Of course, there's a dodge. Oh, fantastic. Stun this guy, that's better than nothing. I'm never going to be able to stun the other guy, that's for sure. We can't heal because he's in the wrong position. If we change, we basically lose our turn, which is less than great. See if we can get rid of this guy. We can. There's what, 3 remaining now. We swap. Stall a little bit here, see what we can get away with. Not gonna be much. Hoping to get at least 1 heal. He's going to die anyway, eventually, just from the bleed. Although that was sort of negated. Now he's bleeding as well. I don't think we have any more bandages.
A devastating blow. This expedition at least promises success.
What do we have here? Actually a useful trinket. Let's just activate it. So we have no bandages. We can't heal it. It's only 1 per 2 rounds, but it's still a lot because he's only at 5 hit points. And we're headed straight into battle again. It's going to be tough. Moving to the front. Light these two. Got one of them, not both. Shoot these 3. Heal the Plague Doctor. That's okay. We'll take it. Okay. Excellent dodge. Have him finale this asshole. Back. Weren't quite as lucky this time around. But we might be able to stun him now, move the corpse and move him forward. Light killed that one. Could have done with more damage. Being dealt some real damage here. That was much needed. Let's do another solo. This was not the time to miss. This guy goes down, leaving this guy. At least he's not at the back anymore. We're out of things to do here. Do we try to stun him or do we go for the bleed? A very low stun chance. He resisted. Dodged that knife as well. Took minimum damage though. Seen worse. Healed 7. try to hurry up before we get killed here. He's masterfully dodging our attacks. I already very surprised at how long we've been able to keep this battle going without him getting some additional help, but it's given us a surprising chance to heal, which is actually most welcome.
Success so clearly in
2 deeds, we definitely want them.
merely a trick of
Drop
the
the
light.
rather drop the medicinal herbs. Thanatophobia. 20% increased stress if hit points below 50%. That's great. It's just what we need, really. Of course, we're heading straight into another battle.
The light, the promise of
We
safety.
have 2 torches remaining. Okay. No stress dealers here, at least. This is the weirdest combination of I think I've tried in a dungeon yet. I'm actually very surprised that we're still alive. I thought we'd be dead long ago, but we've made it surprisingly far. Might die anyway. Lead is pretty bad for us. It's only 1 or 3 rounds. Take some damage. Got rid of the gun guy. See if we can stun this guy. No. Definitely take this guy down. And we can heal a little bit. Damn bleeds. Only 1 round left. Yeah.
As victories mount, so too will resistance.
Only 1 damage. Okay. What's here? Sack is empty. A rat tap. Keep the light lit, introduces the stress. We really can't afford any more stress. Gonna have plenty of it in the final battle if we even make it there. Let's get rid of the anti-venom and make a 4th pile of gold. We've gotten quite a bit of gold. Okay, gonna have to take the stress that comes with this. All because we couldn't afford to buy a shovel.
Towering, fierce,
There's our good friend, the Necromancer.
made material.
The apprentice version of him. This is gonna suck. Now. Okay, he's bleeding. That's a little bit of a slightly more help. Three to 5 versus 5 to 9. Potentially more breed. Yeah, 4 damage per round for 3 rounds. It's not a lot, but it's something. Let's heal. It does have 105, so
Perched at the very precipice of oblivion.
10 isn't really all that much. I was hoping for slightly more. Of course, all of his friends are arriving here. Take care of this guy. At least he's gone from the mix. Heal the Plague Doctor just a little bit here. From the solo again, we can only do this an X amount of time, so at some point we're not going to be able to do this anymore. He's not very blight resistant, so let's try that. It was worth a shot at least. I guess we go for the Grape Shot Blast. The stress is mounting, as you would expect.
The walls close in. The shadows whisper of conspiracy.
And we actually try to stun him and bring him forward. Yeah. Does it want the healing? That's great. He's almost certainly dead. So little damage actually being done here. The biggest problem with this group, and what I feared most when we started this journey, that we wouldn't have a lot of damage to finish this. We've survived surprisingly long. Like these two guys, probably Yeah. That was good. Still probably going to perish here.
Another
Yeah.
life wasted in the
There
pursuit
goes the
of
jester.
glory and gold.
Sang for the king and queen. Now they're all afflicted except for the Vestal. He's about halfway done. That's about it.
A death denied. For now.
Yeah, for now is right. Can we stun him this round? No, he's at 125% stun resistance. Might as well just go for the attack, even if it's low damage. This is what, 37 now. So he's taking 6 damage per round for 3 rounds. Which is great, but okay. We're so incredibly screwed. What's his stun resistance now? It's 75. And we might be able to stun this guy. Would have been nice if we had killed that one. We're so dead. You need a healer, that's not all you need. What we need is a damage dealer, and we're probably all going to die here very shortly. I can't see how we could possibly survive this. Might be able to stun one of them. Maybe he can't heal because he's not in the correct position. Must it all end in such blackness? Oh, that's a good question. Guess the answer to that question is yes. See if we can shuffle him. Shuffle worked. Every single one of them is at death door. There were somehow still in it. I have no idea how. Yeah, we're basically dead though. This is just a postponing the inevitable. There is just absolutely no question what's going to happen here. The bleeding has stopped. We've been slowly taking him down with the bleeds. He still has 25 hit points left, and if we did manage to kill him, then we would actually win, because his apprentices all die when he gets taken down, but you need to actually take him down for that to happen.
place for the weak or the foolhardy.
There goes the healer. In the meantime, one more asshole got added to the front of the queue.
Another abomination cleansed from our lands.
We can't even attack him, that's the worst part really. There's really nothing we can do. We managed to stun him though and bring him to the front.
More blood soaks the soil, feeding the evil.
The Plague Doctor is the sole survivor here. And he's so afflicted that he's just randomly doing things. And he's about to die from stress. There's really nothing we can do here. It's relatively hopeless, but it's amazing we've survived this far. He's pretty much at death's door with the stress as well. About to have a heart attack, poor thing, with 0 health. He's done admirably, must admit that. He's basically dead. How he's not dead yet, I really don't understand. He's at 200, and now he's dead.
More ashes, more disappointment.
That was an excellent run. We started the game. It ran for something like 5 or 6 weeks, and we basically have 2,000 gold and a few characters left. We might make another run at some point with this crowd towards the. It was a decent run. We might make another run, perhaps at this dungeon again, but I think it's actually better to just start from scratch again. If we do decide to play this a little bit more. The only reason we have 2,000 gold is because apparently Tyrol gained 2,000 gold while gambling, otherwise we would have 65. So we would basically be penniless, and with basically everybody dead except for these few characters here. Although the coach probably has 3 new characters for us. This is a tough little piece of a game, it really is. It was fun, it was a lot of fun. Too bad it ended like this, but it's sort of what's to be expected. We shouldn't have gone into the dungeon with this combination of characters. And, I should have known better than to even try it, but it was fun to try anyway. Let's see who's on. Let's see who we could possibly raid here. If you guys have any suggestions for a raid, you might pop them in as well. He's playing Mech Commander. thinking we might switch you to another Darkest Dungeon streamer. I see someone here called Nasni Wee. I have no idea who she is, but she seems chill. Might continue this run that Will started with Darkest Dungeon and just hand you over to yet another Darkest Dungeon streamer. Keep the road going in that direction. Set up the raid. You can please join me for the raid. You can join .ctcs if you want, Glacier, but it's definitely retro related, not related to this. Thanks for coming, guys. Thanks for the Sobas, thanks for the follows, Maruter, and thanks for the raid again, Will Torres and Coffee Cup Arcade. Thanks for coming, guys. You enjoy the rest of your night, you sleep well, have an excellent rest of the night. I'll see you here Wednesday, Future Wars on the Amiga Wednesday. Until then, good night.